Good evening. July 21st, 2022. The time is now 5:31. Welcome, everyone. Mrs. Medina, can you please take roll call attendance of the board members present?
Mr. Ibarra,
Present.
Mr. Flores, Mr. Fuentes, Mrs. Flores,
Present.
Ms. Doreen Ojeda.
Present.
Thank you, Joanne. Okay. We're going to begin today's meeting as we do every meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to ask Board Member Ibarra if he can join us or lead us in the flag salute.
If everyone would please rise and put your right hand over your heart and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Board Member Ibarra.
Thank you.
We do have an interpreter present. We have two interpreters present, Abigail Valdez and Cynthia Bueno. They are available for Spanish-speaking persons wanting assistance. So if you want to come up. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Mi nombre es Abigail y junto con mi compañera Cynthia seremos las intérpretes de esta noche. Si necesitan ayuda en español, estaremos en la entrada. Gracias.
Thank you. Okay, item 1.3, adoption of the July 21st, 2022 agenda. I need a motion to adopt the agenda with the following amendments. Amendment closed session items 10.5, personnel, public employee, appointment, discipline, dismissal, release. Addition of 6 classified coaches, head varsity basketball girls, cross-country assistant co-ed, head junior varsity basketball boys, head varsity cross-country co-ed, head junior varsity soccer girls, head varsity tennis girls. Also an addition of 2 volunteer coaches, cheer co-ed, wrestling co-ed, and an addition of 1 volunteer. Need a motion?
So moved.
Okay, Mr. Fuentes, and a second? I have a motion by Board Member Fuentes and second by Board Member Ibarra to adopt the agenda as recommended. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nay? Okay. On motion of Board Member Fuentes and Board Member Ibarra, the board adopted the agenda as recommended. We have moving on to 2.0, we have a special presentation. This is regarding the Board of Education self-evaluation. On June 21st, 2022, the Board of Education participated in a self-evaluation process designed to improve the quality of governance for the benefit of the students of our district and our community. The self-evaluation was an excellent opportunity to have an open dialogue with my fellow board members to share our own values and beliefs and to hear other perspectives, all while working towards the goal of becoming a stronger Board of Education. The self-evaluation concentrated on areas which have a direct impact on the board's effectiveness. The assessment consisted of 7 categories of governance responsibilities with a total of 42 governance indicators. The forms were completed anonymously and submitted to the governance advisor for analysis. The 7 categories were board superintendent relations, board meetings, board community relations, board qualities, board in service, board policy development, and goal setting and planning. The governance workshop assists in clarifying roles, increasing effectiveness, and extending an understanding and improving the quality of governance. The board holds a unified belief that all students can learn if provided the support and programs to meet their needs. That belief helps to shape the decisions of the board and leads to an effective and unified governance team which emphasizes collaboration and mutual trust. I would like to thank the board, along with the facilitator, Dick Bray, for participating in the self-evaluation process and for their commitment to building a strong board that supports the vision and goals of student success. Moving on to item 2.2, introduction of new management. I would like to invite Assistant Superintendent Dade to introduce the new member of management.
Mitch, would you like to join me? Yeah, come on up. So good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Dr. Miranda, and community members. Tonight, I have the pleasure and honor to introduce our new principal of Terrace Hills Middle School, Mitch Hovey. And so if we can please give them all a round of applause. So a little bit about Mr. Hovey. Back in I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll start. Yeah, that's right. That sounded kind of weird right now, but I'm sorry. Sort of new, right? September 6th, 1990, you started with Colton Joint Unified School District as a teacher. From 1990 to 2005, you've had opportunity to serve our students at a variety of sites. In 2005, you became an assistant principal at Colton Middle School. And as well as Terrace Hills Middle School. So from 2005 to 2017, you had a chance to serve our students in that capacity. From 2017 to 2022, Mr. Hovey served our students as an assistant principal via Grand Terrace High School. And so once again, it's an honor and pleasure to welcome and congratulate Mr. Hovey on his new promotion as Terrace Hills Middle School principal.
I want to take this opportunity to, and you may want to put a time limit on this, right? I want to take this opportunity to, first of all, thank Board President Flores and the board members, Flores, Fuentes, Ibarra, and Tony Ojeda. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and also Superintendent Dr. Miranda. I don't take this position lightly, and I'm super excited about what's going to happen in this next few weeks and moving on to through the whole year. Got a lot of things running in my head. I've had a lot of time to think about it. So, but now it's happening. So I'm really excited. I wanted to introduce my family. I have family members here that have been supporting me for all this time. My beautiful wife, Lisa, and my son, Hayden, and my mother-in-law, who's really my mom, Pat. And so they're here to support me. They've been supporting me forever. And so I want to just thank you again for the opportunity, and I'm going to do my best to not let anybody down. Thank you, the executive cabinet, for taking a chance, and I think you're going to see good things. So with that, I'll just say thank you one more time. So like that. Thank you. That's right. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Hovey, and we're looking forward to great things. Okay, moving on to item 3.0. We have tonight a public hearing. Item 3.1. We are opening the public hearing. This is for the naming of Colton High School multipurpose room. And we have a special guest today. We have Dr. Rivera's son here sitting with us today, so welcome. So we have a public hearing, and are there any public comments related to this public hearing for the naming of the Colton High School MPR? No comments? No.
Joanne? No.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so with that, we are going to close the public hearing. Moving on to 4.0, public comment. Okay. We have First of all, I would like to just read, Board Bylaw 9323 states that individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 15 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. As a reminder, the Board of Education is appreciative of the public comments made by the community. However, just as a note, the board does not respond to public comments made during the board meetings. With that, I'm going to go ahead and start calling up the names. I have, first of all, Ana Carlos.
And I wish to speak on agenda item 6.3. My name is Ana Carlos, and I am a concerned neighbor of Bloomington, a concerned parent, resident, taxpayer, and taxpayer in trustee area number 1, which Mr. Israel Fuentes currently represents. I rise today requesting the superintendent and board president remove action item 6.3 regarding the special meeting minutes for June 30th. I have already submitted a letter with supporting documents to inquire about a conflict of interest regarding both resolutions related to the property exchange of Zimmerman Elementary. I want to remind you, Superintendent and Board President, that it is your job to ensure ethical standards and public participation are in place at board meetings, especially concerning decisions that impact many of our students and families. The letter I sent calls your attention to the board ethics concerning our students and families who will be negatively impacted by resolutions passed in a CJUSD special meeting on June 30th. I understand that recent actions concerning Zimmerman could lead to increased public health risk, exposing sensitive populations to harmful diesel emissions, since the relocation site would be next to a truck stop. In addition, this decision could lead to an increase in road safety concerns and burdensome traffic delays for our families. These decisions require full and meaningful community engagement and consideration. There are 2 serious matters explained in the request of this letter. Will you remove action item 6.3, approval of June 30th, 22 special meeting minutes from today's agenda, and give consideration for further research to both resolutions passed on June 30th, 22? On June 30th, 22, item 6.1, adoption of resolution number 22-52 was motioned by Mr. Dan Flores and second by Mr. Frank Ibarra. Also, item 6.2, adoption of resolution number 22-53 was motioned by Mr. Israel Fuentes and second by Dan Flores. I understand that under CJUSD Board Policy Bylaw 9270, conflict of interest are policies in place to guard against a conflict of interest by board members. I have submitted supporting public records that could be interpreted as a conflict of interest by a board member and a warehouse developer. It will be important for transparency and public confidence to conduct a full review of Governance Code 87100 on resolution number 22-52 and resolution 22-53 on June 30th, taken on June 30th. And if anyone is kind of concerned about which conflict of interest I'm talking about, it's a lot of contributions to Dan Flores by Howard Industrial Partners, and Michael Tyree of Howard Industrial Partners, LLC. Thank you.
Alondra Mateo.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Morales, Board of President Flores, members of the board, and community members. My name is Alondra, a People's Collective for Environmental Justice member. Today, I'm here in solidarity with the concerned neighbors of Bloomington, requesting that action item 6.3 regarding the special meeting minutes for June 30th be removed from today's agenda. We understand that Ana Carlos has submitted a letter and supporting documents to Superintendent Morales and Board President Flores, raising concerns of conflict of interest and ethics. The decisions during the June 30th special meeting took place without adequate notice to the public to allow for comment on both resolutions. Students, teachers, and their families have a right to be well-informed and understand that the new Zimmerman location will be next to a truck stop, and it will put their health and safety at risk. These minutes need to be removed, and we are calling for a review of ethics and a conflict of interest investigation on Howard Industries, the Bloomington Business Park, and affiliated owners. Bloomington is not for sale, and the community has a right to know and provide input on the decisions that take place and have adequate public notice to make public comment. I urge you not to approve these minutes and spend time investigating these concerns. Thank you.
Lori Saldana.
Yeah, Larry Saldana. I live down the street. American Heritage Dictionary of the English Language. Democracy. D-E-M-O-C-R-A-C-Y, in case you folks don't know how to spell it or use it. It's defined as government by the people exercised either directly or through elected representatives. A political or social unit based upon this form of rule. And this one I like. A social condition of equality and respect for the individual. Us, individuals. Your secret meeting did not seem to comply with that. The people were not invited. I just heard who voted for it. Again, Mr. Flores, who I always argued with when he used to work for the supervisor, Josie. And then Mr. Rivera. I'd like to see who's voting for what. The question was already raised, is your secret meeting vote final? Or is this just an exercise in blowing wind at everybody? Can it be reversed? If Mr. Flores did accept donor money from the developer, he should have recused themselves from voting on this. And he should recuse himself from any future warehouse issues and should be censored by your superior. Is Zimmerman, the old Zimmerman, is it now for sale? You selling it? I'm pretty sure I've lived here, what, 35 years? I'm pretty sure my tax dollars have helped pay for that school. It should be paid off by now. How do you expect to pay for the new school by this new truck school? You expect us to pay for it, I imagine. You're going to put up a school bond, raise our tax, put our property tax up higher. To me, moving out hundreds of families out of that area down Santa Ana is stupid. Putting it maybe if you wanted, if you absolutely needed to, put it on Cedar Avenue where there's 2-3 freeways intersecting Cedar Avenue. All kinds of dirt going down that way. That new truck place, that developer loved that dirt. You guys owned the property behind it. You could have sold it to them for a pretty penny. We were supposed to get a high school there, remember? But no. Trucks bring what to Bloomington? Huh? Pollution?
Just a reminder, you have
Prostitutes?
5 seconds.
We have 3 cops between Mentone and
Okay, the next person is Tomas Ruiz. Thomas Ruiz. Okay, go move. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Thomas Reese. I'm a representative of Labor's Local Union 783 here in San Bernardino County, and I'm here tonight on behalf of my members and those that live in the Bloomington area. Our organization is a construction union that represents construction craft laborers on public and private construction projects throughout the county. We have a state-approved apprenticeship program that allows those looking to build a career in construction an opportunity to learn new skills that could help them make a career in the construction. We accept all those that are truly wanting to build a career. Some members may be young, out of high school. Some might be starting their second career, and some are looking for a second chance to be a productive member in the community. We have an application process and a boot camp that puts these applicants to the test on whether or not they truly want to be in the construction industry. And I say this, or let you know about this, because we are aware of the land deal with Howard Industrial and the school district. And that's why everyone's here tonight. And I assume, and we know some are against and some are maybe supportive. But the world is changing around us. Commerce has changed over the last 40 years and has sped up dramatically over the last 2 years due to COVID. And most of the community are shopping online. Even if they are not shopping on Amazon, everyone's purchasing stuff online. Everybody wants a second day delivery. So it led to, more warehouse developments coming into the area. But that's not only happening here in Bloomington or the Inland Empire. This is happening all over the country, warehouse development. And I know this to be true because we're the ones that build the infrastructure for these projects. And these are projects that provided opportunities for a lot of our members and a lot of members of your community that are not here tonight. And 40% of all the goods that come into the United States come in through the ports of Long Beach and the Port of LA, and they're distributed across the rest of the country. I know the decision of the board to find an equitable solution to the situation is probably unwelcome change, right? So a lot of times you'll have development next to schools. And it seems like this is a more equitable situation where you actually have a deal to move a school. But not only that, through the infrastructure investment plan, through the Biden administration, you got to have money in order to get money. And I don't say that to be rude to anyone, but a lot of the financing that comes from the state or you apply for grants, you got to have matching contributions. And so I think the $45 million that you'll be able to put up to gain more capital from the state and the federal government is a good thing for Bloomington, not a bad thing. So I know this is a tough decision for you guys, and I just salute you guys for being leaders and taking it head on. Thank you.
Carrie Kalanick.
Hi, I'm here today as a member of Concerned Neighbors of Bloomington and would like to share how I'm strongly against the decision to sell Zimmerman Elementary to the warehouse developer Howard Industries. All school districts in the U.S. have received COVID relief funding, and your reports on your adopted budget since 2022 have informed all that the school district is able to make its financial obligations currently and in the near future. You will decrease the student population by allowing Howard Industries to buy Zimmerman, but obviously this is okay because you have that COVID relief funding and now the money from Howard Industries. This board has already been cited for misuse of cafeteria funds back in 2014, and it can be put under investigation again. We thought back in 2017 that our school board could help deter more warehouses being built in this community, but instead you put a knife in the community's back by selling out. Your comment about having the ability to move is insensitive to the community that you're supposed to be an advocate for. You have left out the community in your decision to give Zimmerman away. You are increasing health determinants that will affect the students' ability to learn. You can't move away from the poor air quality that you're contributing to. You already know we have the worst air quality here, and children are suffering and will continue to suffer as adults. I urge you to rescind your decision.
Sean McClellan.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean McClellan. I'm a member of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, and we are for infrastructure and labor. And we appreciate the fact that you guys are considering this project to go along. And I just had a few points I just wanted to read off. The public school enrollment in the U.S. has declined 52% in the last 20 years, potentially due to the declining birth rates. The newest school in Colton Unified School District was built in 2012, and Zimmerman was built in 1960. We all know that electrical outlets and everything are outdated, and retrofitting is expensive. So I just wanted to thank the board for having the vision to seize this opportunity to build a new state-of-the-art school while creating jobs locally so we can live and work in this community. Thank you.
Hannah Gonzalez.
All right, good evening, school board members, staff, community here and watching at home. My name is Ana Gonzalez and I represent the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. And we have been very heavily involved in the city of Bloomington, advocating against egregious developments such as warehouses that bring even more pollution to our area, especially our overburdened, underserved communities. I watched the board meeting from June 30th, and I concur with Ms. Carlos that I believe you need to remove item 6.3 and demand a rescission of your action. But with watching the board meeting, it took 19 minutes deliberation to address this issue in a special meeting where families are on vacation, are not aware of what's happening during this time. This was strategic, intentional, and reeks of environmental racism, period. Staff mentioned that the developer and the district staff collaborated in good faith. I disagree. There is no good faith when you don't bring community stakeholders into the decision-making of such a big decision for this community. It's not doing the right thing, as Mr. Flores mentioned at that board meeting. Staff and boards have failed the community and all should be replaced this November. And shame on the staff, shame on the board, shame on everybody that contributed to this decision. In the inland region, we have about over 7,000 warehouses now bringing 1.2 million truck trips a day. And we want to bring more? We want to allow and cater to the developer to create these conditions to come and exploit our community for what? For profit? With no community benefits to our communities here. Talk about jobs. Automation's coming. There are no jobs, good jobs for our communities. You want to replace the school in a land that's next to a truck stop, 28-acre property, right next to Crestmore Elementary? I don't know about y'all, but whoever's planning this, it doesn't make sense to me. I've never seen two schools put together so close to each other. So I don't know who's doing the planning on that. So I ask today that you rescind your decision of the June 30th meeting, that you conduct a public forum to include community input in this decision, and that you step down if you're not going to protect the community. Thank you.
Joaquin Castillejos.
Good evening, school board, staff, and community. My name is Joaquin Castillejos, and I'm a resident of Bloomington for about 14 years. And I'm also an organizer with the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. I'm here today to demand that the board remove the minutes for the June 30 meeting and make a decision of this magnitude with the input of the community. The road is definitely changing, but that does not mean that the change has to come at the expense of the hundreds of families who live here, at the expense of our culture and our livelihoods. How dare you make a decision that will impact hundreds of families without inputting any community opinions or concerns? It is obvious that this decision is not for the benefit of the community and that you guys are already looking towards the continued destruction of Bloomington. And I'm here to tell you that we're going to stand up and fight, something that you guys are not doing. We're here and we're standing, and we're going to keep on fighting until all of you guys are off the board and we get some people who are actually here to represent us. These decisions are going to impact the future of Bloomington decades to come. You know, it's never going to be the same after this. You can't run away from the problems. You can't run away across the street and think it's going to, you know, it's just going to go away. You have to stand up. You have to do something. You have to do something for Bloomington. The number streets, you know, there's a reason why there's a school on one side of Cedar and a school on the other side, is because it accommodates to the two populations. You know, parents every day walk their kids to Zimmerman Elementary School. And it's because they have, you know, they have the way to, they have sidewalks, you know, there's a park on the way. And how are students gonna be walking across the street from Cedar when there's gonna be so much trucks with if the warehouse gets approved, there's gonna be so much truck traffic. When I was younger, I used to go to Cresmar, and then we moved across the street, and I had to still go to Cresmar. And I remember one time I almost got ran over because I didn't know how to walk the crosswalk the right way. And that's a danger that could be on hundreds of kids who are walking home from school. It's obvious that this decision was made because you know that Bloomington is going to continue to be targeted for warehouses, and you're going to continue to shy away and let developers do whatever they want. But it's time to listen to the community. It's time to realize that the decisions you're making are affecting hundreds of families and is not for the benefit of anyone. Right now is not the opportunity to make a new school. It's an opportunity for you to show Bloomington that you're here to fight for them and that you will not stand down to developers, no matter how much money they have. Thank you.
Okay. We have exceeded the 15 minutes allowed for for these topics. However, with board consent and to ensure full opportunity for public input, I'm looking for board consent to increase the amount of time allowed for public input. Okay, we'll continue. Thank you for that. Tim Rangel.
All right, so unfortunately, I didn't come prepared because I didn't know exactly what I was walking into, but I'm glad to see that we have some people who are higher up here. I'm not sure exactly who you guys are, but I am Timothy Rangel. I've lived in this house my whole life, 27 years, as well as my grandma, my grandpa, all my aunts, my uncles, and we all attended Zimmerman. And, you know, it's one thing to go ahead and sell it and to build a new elementary. That's fine. But the thing that just doesn't make any sense, and I'm sure everybody here can agree, is how would you guys build it right next to a truck stop? It doesn't make any sense. And look at me, you know, obviously I don't have any amount of intellect as you guys do. So it just, there has to be one of you in there sitting in one of those chairs that can see that doesn't make any sense. For one thing, the pollution. Another thing, the traffic. You guys see the bridge on Cedar, how terrible it is, the congestion it is, the roads, the houses you guys are going to destroy. Think about all the people who are going to lose their houses when they build the new warehouse right there. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't understand how you guys can be okay with that. Like, I understand the new school, right? It's great for the kids, the new up-to-date everything, cafeterias, playgrounds, whatever, classrooms, teachers. But what you guys are doing is bending over and allowing these companies to come in here and destroy Bloomington. You're opening the door for them. Because after this, what's next? There's nobody else to take down. You guys are the last wall they have to take down, and that's it. Once the wall goes down, that's over for us. That's it. Thank you.
Amparo Miramontes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Amparo Miramontes, and I'm here as a member of a resident of San Bernardino County. More importantly, I'm a mother. And so I'd like to talk to you as a parent. As a parent, I didn't know truck traffic. I didn't know anything about pollution until my children nightly had bloody noses, just nosebleeds all over their pillow. They would gag, they couldn't breathe, and I'd have to go to the emergency room all the time until finally a doctor told me they were suffering from PM 2.5 poisoning, and the entire Inland Empire is suffering from it. And that was 9 years ago. So what you're proposing is not only selling a school, but selling all the children's lungs, their brains, their future incomes, and we're being told these myths. Let's talk about these myths. The myth is that we can only get jobs if we have warehouses. Well, let me tell you, Orange County's doing great and they don't have as many warehouses. San Diego's doing great and they don't have as many warehouses. Beverly Hills is doing great and they don't have these warehouses because you don't do the bathroom thing where you eat, and that's what they're doing to our community. So now let's talk about the next myth. This is great for Bloomington. It is not. Selling the school so you can get a new school is a myth. It's a lie. If you can afford a new school for the amount that we have, that's not true. We cannot do that. And the second thing is that this was done legally. In order for a school to be sold, a 7-Eleven committee has to be established that includes stakeholders, administrators, teachers. That's Ed Code 17464, and it's Government Code 54220. That didn't happen. So all of you are in violation of the law. In addition, California Code 53243.4 makes it a criminal problem that you guys are all going to have. And it's a federal offense. It's Federal Code 2635702 that you didn't follow the 7-Eleven or the Ed Code procedure for selling Zimmerman. You didn't do it correctly. You did it behind closed doors, and it is illegal to use a public office for private gain. We have the receipts, so we know that happened. But now let's go back as a parent. As a parent, you're never going to get your kid's life back. Once their lungs are destroyed, once that toxicity goes into their brain and they get neurological diseases like autism, or they'll never meet those standards. And we're already talking about a school where 94% of the kids get free lunch. We have some of the lowest scores in the state. And you're going to take their school and you're going to move it and make it harder so that you have slave labor in these warehouses. That's why you're doing this, because you already sold the kids' lungs. You sold their brains. For what? Put your kids in the warehouse. Tell them that's where they're supposed to work, because that's not where any of these kids should be. You guys are criminals. So I highly suggest you pull this, because if not, we've already talked to lawyers. Pull item 6.3 rescinded, or we'll be coming after you for violation of California code and federal code. Thank you.
Elizabeth Sona.
Good evening. My name's Elizabeth Sena. I'm with the South Fontana Concerned Citizens Coalition, and I'm here to support and stand in solidarity with Bloomington and the residents. I'm here to provide input on a recent action that this book took without the community's consent to exchange, but we all know that the real word for that is to sell Zimmerman. I learned about this information on 4th of July when I was with my own family, and I couldn't help but think of the family and the children that are here in Bloomington that will be affected by this decision. So I'm here asking you to, and strongly encouraging you to reconsider your decision. I recently saw a social media post that showed that during a 2020 Supervisual campaign, Trustee Flores received over $9,000 from Howard, and Israel Fuentes received so much. So I'm also here to put the face to the name. Okay, Israel Fuentes, Dan Flores. You guys received money from a developer for your political campaign to sit here and make a decision that is going to impact the lives of children. It blows my mind. And my biggest concern is there are parts that this school board oversees for the children in Fontana, and I live there. So what am I to think? That we're next? Yeah, it's a sad reality because just as the other gentleman said, you are the last pillar before it all gets knocked down and we're all doomed for. What is done in the dark will come to light. And you guys have shown your true colors. And let me tell you something, people don't forget, and they're going to remember what you guys did. In the end, finding an equitable solution includes the community, and you guys have not done that. So again, I encourage you to reconsider your vote. Thank you.
Gabriela Hernandez.
Has my time started? Good evening, Board of Education, staff, and community members. My name is Gabriela Mendez. I am a community organizer with the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. That being said, I took the time to speak to community members around Zimmerman Elementary School, and which is something you all should have done before you made this decision. But you didn't because nobody knew about it. And the folks that did thought it was a lie because they could not believe that you would fail them that poorly. Your argument is that you do not want a school to be behind a warehouse, so why not write a letter of opposition against the warehouse rather than sell a school? And worse than that, you guys decide to put it across an avenue next to a truck stop. What are you sending these kids to do? To get run over? To be breathing the pollution while they're in school? These young girls and boys will remember everything that you did because I know that when I was 11 years old, I remember every single thing that my city council member did. And now we're kicking him out of office. This community is going to come for you, and rightfully. Because there's parents where their kids are waiting to go into that school or they're already enrolled in that school. And now these kids are wondering what's happening in my school. Oh, a bunch of people sold it to a man. Man from where? Oh, I don't know. Out of Bloomington, I guess. $45 million is a joke. Your research lacked. You took 19 minutes to deliberate and decide to sell the school. For $45 million, we found that it takes about $200 million to build a new school. So where's the rest going to come from? I'm sure you guys didn't know that right in the 19 minutes of your conversation. One of you must have done that research. Having done this work for a while now, and speaking door to door to community members, we're aware of the impacts. We're all over the inland region. This has got to be the most disgusting, distasteful, or disgraceful thing that we've seen anybody do in this region. And that's that. You guys are cowards for doing this. You're lining your pockets. So you have a little bit of dignity left, respect for anyone sitting right here, for the little kids that cannot be at this meeting right now. You need to rescind your decision. It's not an ask, it's not an urge, it's a necessity. And those are my comments for this evening. Thank you very much.
Burnaby?
Hi, good evening. So yes, as mentioned, my name is Janet Bernabe. I am the organizing director for the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. As a lot of colleagues and community, other community members have spoken, I'm not just, a community organizer that supports other communities that have been affected by the built infrastructure in the Inland Empire. I'm also a mother, so I'm here as a mother to understand your decision that was made on the last meeting for item 6.3. Overall, the community of Bloomington was not included in the decision-making. I had the opportunity to speak to many community members in Bloomington in the last couple of weeks to see their views and points of views, which they don't understand why this happened and why they were not part of the conversation as they should have been since the beginning. This is actually took us by surprise. This is the first time I've ever heard that someone such as yourself will have so much power to be able to sell a school, to agree to do that. That is outrageous. And especially for communities that we know that the ones that are most affected, not just by the urban pollutants in our community, but overall, they're the disadvantaged communities, our Latino community members, our Latino children. This is not fair. This is not something that we just, make a decision within 18, 19, 20 minutes and change the future of them completely. This is just changing the landscape, not just of Bloomington, but also for the children. Parents that are supposed to be coming in and bringing their children for the first year for kindergarten, now they're becoming aware that their school has been sold. So what are the next steps? What are they supposed to do? There are many various questions that have not been answered, and this is your job. You were elected, you were put in this position to oversee the community's overall benefits, not your own benefits, honestly. And when it comes to contributions that you receive from developers, that is completely wrong. And that's just contributions that are seen in paper that you received. And I see that here Trustee Flores ended up receiving money for his 2020 supervisual campaign. That is ridiculous. That's just money that shows on paper, and that's not even counting the money you may have received under the table. And this is just disgusting. I'm gonna be honest with you. I am a community member, but most of all, I am a mother. And mothers do not stand by to just see that the schools are being taken out, because this is our education, this is our future. And if we don't do something now, there is not going to be our communities anymore. There's not going to be Bloomington. There is not going to be an IE when we keep letting developers come in and buy us off time and time again. Thank you.
Amalia Cordova. Amalia Cordova. Okay, Helen Castillejos.
Good evening, Board of Education staff and community members. I came today not prepared to speak, but as I see all my fellow community members speak, it compels me to speak as well and be in solidarity with my community, something that you guys were not doing when you guys made this decision to sell our beloved Zimmerman Elementary School. After being blindsided with this news, I'm sure everybody can agree that this just sounds absurd, and all the excuses that we've heard. Well, we actually haven't heard much from the Board of Education to the community about the sale, but I did my own research and I saw the video that you guys sent out making it seem like this sale was such a great, amazing thing. And one of the big excuses you guys did is because you didn't want the Zimmerman students to be surrounded by warehouses, but you move it across the street across Cedar to a place where there's a truck stop next to it. But you guys are just running away from the problem, like many of my other community members have said. And you guys are running away and leaving behind all the students. They're going to stay there and live around all those warehouses. The school will not be there, but all the community members are still going to be there. And the people who are not be there is because they were sold out. They were bought out by the warehouses. You guys need to think of the community members, and I'm here to strongly urge you to rescind your vote that happened that day and take account what the community is saying tonight and what the community wants and their necessities. Because I'm pretty sure a lot of us are in a consensus on what we need, and it's now more warehouses, and it's for you guys to be in solidarity with us. Thank you.
Carolina.
Good evening, everyone. And I just wanted to say to the community, don't be afraid to come up here and speak up. A lot of the people up here do not have an educational background or any kind of formal study. So don't be intimidated by the people up there just because they're on the board. And just to give you a little background, Flores has always had one seat in the supervisor's 5th district with his work and one at the school district. You're always waiting for the opportunity so you could get in that seat, but you're not here for the students. You receive money from the developer and you should have excused yourself from selling Zimmerman. Berenice, Gil Navarro is ashamed to have supported you to run for the school board because you were the person that we were thinking that was going to represent us, yet you have no backbone. And Mr. Fuentes, well, where could I start? We're still wondering what happened to the PTA at Grimes. because we'll never have a PTA again, and you were the PTA president. Aquanetta Warren put you in that seat because she knew she needed your vote to sell land to these developers. Ms. Arreguin, you left the dual immersion program when it was a mess and came back for what? And I want to say one more thing, especially to Mr. Fuentes. Stop telling the students que le echen ganas y que sí se puede when you're not giving them the tools to be successful in life. You guys continue to fail the students. You continue to fail the students. Instead, you're preoccupied on your little trip to Costa Rica and your little trips to get what? To learn how to be more corrupt? I don't have any confidence that you represent my students, and this is why I'm here. I'm here for my kids, and I'm here for my community, and I'm not going to stop coming back here.
Angel Martin?
I just want to say, what the hell? Like, ever since I was little, I never knew all of these things were going on. I was like, why is the dual immersion program ending here? And why are there so many substitutes? What's going on? And it turns out it's always been about money, but it's never been about the students. It's never been about the community. And quite frankly, I'm not here to talk to these bozos over here. I'm here to talk to the people who are actually in power, and that is the people. Take this as a learning experience. Don't ever let that thing ever repeat again. And, well, yep, that's all I've got to say. I'm afraid.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments for the evening. We are moving on to 5.0 administrative presentation, item 5.1, Human Resources Division Plan. I'd like to invite Assistant Superintendent Brandon Dade to present. We are not allowed to respond to any comments. But we heard all the comments here. Yeah, and you were, yeah, every person's allowed one. Okay, thank you.
Right. Good evening. We're President Flores, for board members, Dr. Miranda, community members here and out listening in the virtual world. Tonight, I'd like to present our Human Resources Division Plan. Next slide, please. And first, I'll start off with an overview. Next slide, please. So in the Human Resources Division, we do believe that we function as a team member of a big organization that really needs to work together by listening and by doing things that we feel will help our children to achieve at the highest level. And so a team means to us, together, everyone achieves more. In regards to that, our division has developed a comprehensive plan for the 2022-23 school year, which with an increased focus on recruitment, accountability, and professional growth. We will carry out this particular plan through leadership seminars that will be hosted as academies, new management onboarding, classified boot camp, principal and executive coaching, and recruitment and retention actions. Next slide, please. So the leadership academies, next slide, please. Our goal is to provide professional development opportunities to self-motivated staff. And I want to emphasize self-motivated. This is something that our staff members across the district who want to grow as leaders would be able to volunteer to participate in. And we'll have an application process for that process. This will target certificated and classified non-management staff members because we really believe that we need to build the leadership capacity of all, not just management members. Next slide, please. Getting there. All right. The next one would be our new management onboarding. And I want to make sure, did we skip too far? We got to go back one. Keep going back. Keep going back. Keep going back. Right there, that's fine. So I'll back up. So our leadership academies will focus on monthly opportunities for our staff to build, to explore multidimensional leadership. And what I mean by that is leading self, leading subordinates, leading peers, and leading up. We can accomplish that. The more members that we have who are able to complete those particular tasks or to build their capacity in that fashion, we believe we'll have an organization that will move our students toward post-secondary opportunities that they know that they will be able to achieve and be successful within. Next slide, please. So now new management onboarding. Next slide, please. So our goal here is to provide new management with necessary resources to succeed as leaders within the organization. And so our audience will be first and second year managers and leaders. And these will be individuals who were hired as of January 2020. So that equates to about 77 individuals. And so on July 18th, we had an opportunity to bring all of them together and start this process. And it was quite a success based on the feedback that we received. And so we're very excited to continue this. And next slide, please. During this onboarding process, we did start to introduce to our CJUSD managers and leaders the following points here. So basically internal processes and procedures, and then key goals and objectives that align with our LCAP, division goals, and DSDP focus areas. Next slide, please. I just want to pause. Are there any questions or thoughts before I move on?
Questions from the board?
For the, what are we calling them? The leadership academies. How do our employees, how are they selected? Is that they hear about it, they know they're interested, they fill out an application? What is the process?
Great question. So we'll email all staff across the district. They will have that email will include dates, some commitments that they need to make, and also an application. So they'll fill out the application. We'll see how many come in, and then we'll go ahead and select based on the number of people who have pretty much applied. And this is something we want to continue annually. And so we won't be able to probably capture everyone, but we'll make sure that we'll inform everybody that next year or in future years you'll have that opportunity.
So technically, it would be open to everyone that's is interested.
Yes.
Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you.
I have a question for May Board President. Yes.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Assistant Superintendent. So given the diversity of our staff, I'm thinking particularly our classified folks who work around the clock sometimes, different hours, site specific, some multiple sites. Will there be flexibility in the programming that will allow them to participate sort of regardless of whether they work a traditional 8 to 5 or whether they may work the evening shift or swing shift? And that includes security, our custodial folks that work all hours.
Absolutely. So we will provide substitutes for those individuals. If they are a graveyard person, we'll find a graveyard substitute. But there will be no obstacles or barriers. If you would like to participate, no matter what your shift or title is, as long as you're not management, then you'll be afforded the opportunity to join us.
We're working with CSEA, our union that represents those employees, to make sure that there's feedback, flexibility, equitability, and all that.
Absolutely. Great. Yes. All right. We'll go ahead and keep moving on. So Leadership Academies is one shape and form how we want to build capacity, but Classified Bootcamp is another way that we want to focus on our classified employees specifically to build their capacity. Next slide. And so our goal will be, once again, all levels, any classified member will be able to participate on this particular day. And really, we want to make sure that we pick a day and time that is available for all classified members. And so next slide, please. So the sessions will range from technical to social. So it includes some, for example, Google Suite programs, TAC and professionalism. But ultimately, our goal is to build capacity based on what they would like to have. So we will be sending out a survey and asking them, what are some of the things that we can help you with in building your capacity to help you achieve all your professional goals. This particular Classified Bootcamp will happen on July 25th. And that will give all classified members an opportunity to participate if they choose to. Next slide, please. Any questions or thoughts on Classified Bootcamp?
No. I think we're good.
Okay, all right. Next slide. Next slide is principal and executive coaching, and we can go ahead and move to the next slide. So the goal of this particular part of our plan is to assist first and second year administrators with developing core leadership skills and development of strategies. And so once again, the audience is new site and district administrators. Next slide. So through multiple coaching sessions, each of them will have a one-on-one person to work with weekly. And the goal will be to strengthen their leadership capacity, build collaborative opportunities, identify time management practices, plan and achieve goals based on district LCAP, and assist in research and identification of learning strategies in response to COVID-19. And so just for example, we've hired 4 new principals for this upcoming school year. They will all have coaches. So there's opportunity for new, and also there's some people who self-select to have coaches. So we will also provide that opportunity as well. Whether they're new or they're veteran, if they like to grow and they need an outside eye or ear, we will help them with that process. Next slide, please. In regards to recruitment, next slide. Our goal is to recruit the highest quality employees and make sure that it's a collaborative process. And so we need stakeholders' input. And what we've done that through in a hiring process, we've changed that process, but really the audience here is our 12th grade students, community college students, and 4-year college students. I can recall when I was in high school, we had job fairs just for our seniors. When my community college colleagues, they had job fairs, and it was all school districts coming on to say, hey, we want to offer you some opportunities that require you to come and do some work for us, but also we want to build your capacity. So it's a fair exchange in our opinion. And of course, our 4-year graduates are not just teachers, but all types of classified members as well. We really want to recruit at all levels and make sure we do that in a consistent fashion and build these articulated agreements and understandings with our local community members that we're here to provide opportunities for all. Next slide, please. And so our goal in depthly is to make sure that we build lifelong learners. We share our expectations for students. We're open to change, and we will make those adjustments based on the climate that we have right now in California. We want people to have a positive attitude and work ethic. Some of the things that can't be learned in a book, we want to be able to provide. So one of the goals that our phrases my grandmother often used was, you're interviewing for your next position in your current position. And so every day you have an opportunity to grow and to show people what you can do. So there's a lot of bullets here, but that's really the gist of our recruitment process. Next slide, please. And retention, next slide, please. Our goal is to build a network of highly skilled employees. And that network is not only within CJUSD, but beyond. And we know that if we can do that, we'll improve morale and reduce employee turnover. Our mission is to maintain competitive compensation for all employees and to look within the organization to fill promotional opportunities. Some of the most successful organizations build from within. And so we can invite outside people to come in and help us with training, but ultimately the people who typically work for your organization, live in a community or have grown up in a community and have come back from college or whatnot, we want to welcome them back home and give them opportunities to give back to the community that they feel helped them be successful. Next slide, please. Any questions about any of those things?
Questions? Okay, Board Member Ibarra.
Thank you, Bertha. As you were mentioning the recruitment, and you started off with the 12th grade students, immediately I think that we have the perfect program right under our noses here in CRIROP. As we provide ROP courses, CTE courses to our students throughout the district, every year we get an opportunity to kind of take a look at the courses that each site is offering. And it would probably behoove us to work together with the CRIROP, if we're not doing it already, to identify certain type of trainings, classes that would mesh well with the type of jobs that we could have available for the 12th grade students. And as we talk about the potential of the culinary arts, everything that we have to offer, in fact, being part of the CRIROP, I have the course catalog here that identifies every course that they offer within our school district. And those type of programs, yes. And we need to take a look at how we could assist our students above and beyond academics. And these type of classes will not only gear our students toward careers potentially within our district or our community, but also it will encourage them to do better in their other classes. Because if it's masonry, construction, you know you need geometry, you know you need math. It gives them an incentive to continue to do well. Medical classes, we always talk about continuing getting medical people involved, those type of classes. So we probably, that would be a great caveat for me, I think. And we have it in-house. And like I've always mentioned, and Israel's heard me say this at CRIROP meetings, you know, we have the best ROP in the state of California, and they're right here in Colton. So just don't want to just throw that in there.
Absolutely. Great point. Thank you. Sir.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members? Board Member Flores.
Thank you. Just jumping back to the classified, because I think it's a unique situation for some of our employees. That jump from staff to management can sometimes require a level of education. And that can be a challenge sometimes. Folks may not have the college credits. Sometimes it requires an AA to move into management. Will this program allow them to, whether it's earn credit in a formal setting or simply in lieu of some of that credit, will this assist them in making that transition in some way? I know that it gets technical because sometimes depending on the job descriptions and the requirements, but that can be a ceiling, so to speak, for some of our folks from going from line staff into management, having that college credit or having that level of education that's required.
Yes, so our job is not only to bring in some in-house training, but also to connect them to opportunities through 4-year or 2-year or certificated programs. So yes, we do have some monies to assist with our employees acquiring credit, but ultimately we want to connect them and help them make the most, I guess, effective choice for their future. So our goal is not only to build our capacity in our current position, but also to build our capacity enough to become a leader and promote.
And I'll just give an example, because when I was with the county, they had a program similar to this called the Management Leadership Academy. And it was managed, hosted by the county itself, its Office of Education Resource Development. And there's a series of classes that you would take, and some of those classes were done in consortium with National University. And so when you completed that particular class or course, you actually earned credit through National University. And so I'm wondering if down the road, there's an opportunity as we build this curriculum, so that as you're taking the time out of your day already to take this class or these series of classes, if one or more of those are directly linked to community college, for example, San Maria Community College District here, or even an online accredited program, they could earn that credit while they're going through this academy, so to speak, and then have what they need to take that next step into the management position. Because I've spoken to a number of our classified folks, and that's really the hurdle with life, kids, working. It's difficult to then, on top of that, go and enroll in college classes. And certainly know what that's like, having gone through graduate school while working. It's not easy to do. It can be done, and some do it, which is wonderful. But this creates another opportunity for them to earn that education and advance.
Totally agree. And we will definitely work our best to help those individuals who want to pursue those opportunities.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just to add to that, for those individuals who are not familiar, a lot of the ROP courses are articulated, which means that as they take the course, they're getting college credit unit from San Bernardino Valley College. So a lot of these students actually not only graduate with a degree, a diploma from Colton Joint Unified, but they have credits already that's taking them into college. So, and that's also a big plus that people need to be aware of.
We agree.
Yes.
We agree. Thank you for that. So next slide. So I'd just like to conclude with this, that Jim Goodnight and I used this the other day because I thought my grandmother said it all those years when I was growing up. She would say some interesting quotes to us, but treat employees like they make a difference and they will. And so that's really the overall goal, is to make sure our employees know that we value them, that we know that they're difference makers. And that we believe that will encourage them to go beyond what they thought they can do today and really look at the future and believe in themselves. So thank you for your time. Next slide is just say thank you. And if there's any other questions, I'm more than willing to answer any.
Okay, go ahead.
On the slide where it talks about coaching,
Yes.
Will the coaching be throughout the whole school year, or is it just a period of time?
It'll be out the entire school year.
So when they
yes.
get hired and they take over, they'll be mentored and coached for the whole school year? Okay, thank you.
Pleasure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Dade. Okay, before we move on, I just would like to make a comment to our public that are sitting here today regarding the item, the cards. When the item comes up, we should say, out of fairness to the people making the comments, a request to speak on a specific item that is addressed as a general public comment is a single item and is not treated as two items for the extra time. I just want to clarify that. And your comments on the general item are duly noted and are taken into consideration. So, just to clarify that. Okay. Moving on, we have items, action items 6.1 through 6.66. I would like to ask if there are any items that any board member would like to consider separately. I would like to pull item 6.7. Any other items that need to be pulled?
I just have doesn't need to be pulled for separate consideration, but if I could just make a quick comment on 6.16. So
6.16?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll pull that one.
Well, I just doesn't need to be pulled for separate consideration. I could just make a comment, whether it's right now or.
Okay, why don't you go
okay.
ahead and do that?
And just for reference, this is the amendment to our board policy regarding education for homeless children. So obviously, given that I work in the field of homeless services, I've learned a lot over the last couple of years, not only working with the homeless men at Mary's Village, but certainly the homeless women and children that we serve at Mary's Haven. And there are a lot of laws and things around homelessness that even I am learning as we go with respect to the Ed Code and how important it is for the well-being of these students that they have some sense of continuity, and a sense of normalcy, and school can provide that. So I appreciate the fact that we are making these amendments to the board policy that are coming by way of the state. There's two things that I'd just like to request, if I may, that could be shared with us in board correspondence. Number one, the list of housing service providers that we share when families come to us and may self-disclose that they are either homeless or housing insecure. And also, if you could send us the most recent that we have, statistics on how many homeless students we have in the district by definition of McKinney-Vento, which is slightly different than the HUD definition. But I think that number is important. I'm not asking that necessarily be given at a board meeting. I think it's information that can be provided in board correspondence, but I'm sure that we'd be surprised, as many would be, how many homeless students there are across the county. At last count, the county superintendent of schools had over 30,000, if I'm not mistaken, 30,000 homeless students in the county of San Bernardino. So, and we provide services to several of those at Mary's Mercy Center. So I'm grateful for that. But simply that, again, certainly supportive of the item. Just wanted to make those two requests, Board
Very
President. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I need a motion to approve items 6.1 through 6.6 and 6.8 through 6.66. Okay. 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 I'm going to ask for an order, please. Okay.
Was there a motion? I didn't hear. Was there a motion? I'll move it. I'm sorry. I can't hear. So.
Okay. 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 We have a lot of business to conduct, and I am respectfully asking for order. Okay. Is there a motion? Okay. if you do not respect the rules, because we have a lot of things to go through. Okay, we need to proceed. Okay, thank you. Okay, I need a motion to approve item 6.1 through 6.6, please. And 6.8 through 6.66. Motion? Okay. And a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Mr. Ibarra? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And nay? Nays? Okay. Once again, I am respectfully asking that we continue this. On motion, if you if you do not allow us to continue. Okay. Since we cannot continue the meeting, we're going to go ahead and call the meeting right now. Okay, we are going to reconvene. We do have a first a motion by Board Member Flores and a second by Board Member Ibarra. All those in favor say aye.
You already did.
Oh, we did that. Okay, on motion of Board Member Flores and Board Member Ibarra and carried on a
6-0.
on a 6-0 vote. The board approved action items 6.1 through 6.6 and 6.8 through 6.66. Moving on to item 6.7. Okay, it is my honor to present this resolution this evening in honor of Dr. Tom Rivera. So at this point, I would like to make a motion to ask for a motion to approve. Second? Second, okay. On a motion by Board Member Fuentes and second by Board Member Flores. Let's see. We're asking to approve action item 6.7. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Okay, on motion by Board Member Flores, by Board Member Fuentes and Board Member Flores. Okay. And carried on a 6-0 vote, the board approved action item 6.7, and this is the resolution for Dr. Rivera. Okay, at this time, I would like to ask the family of Dr. Rivera. We have Tom Rivera Jr., who is joining us this afternoon, and we would like to present you with the resolution. If you can join us up. Well, we have this resolution for a very, very special man. And many of us, most of us know him very, very well. This resolution, we could not fit in one page. We had so many things because it's hard to put in one page what Dr. Rivera has done for our community. So I'm just going to go over it briefly and just try to touch on everything that he has done in his life and how he has affected all of us. On Thursday, April 21st, 2022, the Colton Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees unanimously gave consensus to name the Colton High School multipurpose room after Dr. Tom Rivera, and this is for his numerous contributions to our community. Okay. Dr. Rivera, among so many things that he has done, he actually served on this board of trustees. He was a board of trustees from 1978 to 79. Dr. Rivera also has 47 years of experience in education, including elementary, community college, university levels, and even a counselor. He went on to serve 38 years at Cal State University, San Bernardino. He retired from California State University, San Bernardino in 2011 after serving nearly 40 years as an administrator. There, he initiated numerous programs designed to motivate underrepresented students to enroll and graduate from college. Dr. Rivera had a lifelong history of commitment to this community. He founded Project Upbeat, and in 1984, along with 4 other educators, Dr. Rivera founded the Inland Empire Future Leaders Program, a leadership training program for 8th and 9th graders designed to address the dropout rate of Hispanic students. He also founded the I'm Going to College project for 4th graders, and he served on the advisory committee for HACU, which is the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities. Dr. Rivera also secured the first federal grant to establish the Upward Bounds program and was instrumental in developing the SAIL program. He has served on the San Bernardino County Bilingual Task Force. He has participated in the Drug and Gang Task Force, the University of California, Riverside's Chancellors, Chicano Advisory Committee, the Boys and Girls Club of America, and also for the Sister City Schools, International Mexicali, Villa Hermosa. The SciShu Foundation also credits Dr. Rivera for so many things that he has done for the community, including a food pantry, health clinics, and also assisting victims of fire. And it has been a total of 13,000 students that benefited from what Dr. Rivera has done just in that organization alone. Dr. Tom Rivera passed peacefully on Tuesday, March 8, 2022, surrounded by his family at the age of 82. Rivera and his wife, Lily, have been married for 52 years. They have 3 children and 2 grandchildren. His death represents a great loss to the community of Colton, as well as surrounding communities. The Colton Joint Unified School District expresses heartfelt sorrow and offers sincere condolences to his wife, Lily, his son, Tom Rivera Jr., his daughter, Evelyn Rivera Molina, daughter, Patricia Rivera, his grandchildren, family, and friends. Whereas Dr. Tom Rivera, through his leadership and civic commitment, was a tireless advocate and ever faithful to the youth and community of the Colton Joint Unified School District, and dedication to projects to benefit students, along with inspiring students and encouraging the community to succeed. He believed in giving back to the community he grew up in. It was an innate duty, a duty fulfilled by teaching others to love who they are, to be proud of where they came from, and to believe in themselves. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education of the Colton Joint Unified School District acknowledge the contributions of Dr. Tom Rivera with grateful appreciation for his dedication by naming the Dr. Tom Rivera Multipurpose Room at Colton High School in honor of a remarkable person and to continue his work in the spirit of his leadership. Duly adopted, the Board of Education of the Colton Joint Unified School District in the San Bernardino County, State of California, with a vote of 6 ayes and 1 absent, signed by myself, the president, and attested by the Board of Education and Superintendent this 21st day of July, 2022. Moving on to 7.0. We have 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4. Any items that you would like to talk about? Nope. If not, we'll move on. Facilities update. No. ACE update. CSEA update. Mac? ROP?
Yes, we did have a ROP board meeting yesterday. And as the superintendent mentioned, it's a time for, it's summertime. So it's a time for preparing for all the schools. And as they're talking about some of the things that they were putting together for all the districts that participate with CRIROP, one of the things that I showed earlier was this course catalog, which I believe we asked for some copies, so that I'm hoping that maybe we can get some to the rest of the board. This way, because I do get a lot of families who ask about ROP and what we're offering. And this is something that I think that could be very handy and helpful as we prepare our students. And what they also mentioned was the fact that they have over 300 individuals on online courses, and which allows them to take extra classes, because they could take the class anytime, on a Saturday, Sunday, anytime, which is very, very good. We talked a little bit about the middle schools and how it's going to carry over, and the fact that by providing additional information to the parents and the students as they go into middle school and take some of the orientation classes that are being offered through CRIROP, it could help guide many of the students to make choices, career choices, or explore. And as we all know, those early years when we were wondering and always being asked, well, what do you think you want to do for a living? I came up with some really good ones. Professional baseball player. I wanted to be the next Vince Scully. So we all had something that we wanted to do, and look at, a lot of times we want to go this way and we end up over here. So that's, never thought in a million years I'd be on the Board of Education. That's for sure. So we've had a lot of successes over the summer. 18 Grand Terrace High School students have completed medical assistant clerical training through the hours, and were part of an internship program at Arrowhead Regional Medical Center. And one of the things that we're noticing is that within the Cone Joint Unified School District, our students participate in CRIROP in a greater numbers than any of the other two districts, Redlands and Yucaipa.
We were at 51%.
Yes.
So that was awesome to see.
Very awesome. Very awesome. So the superintendent always wants to say thank you to our district, thank you to our counselors. And as you'll notice, we're starting to try to market a little bit more. We're seeing on our kiosks, we're seeing ROP being put up there. ROP is starting to be more visible on the campuses by the classrooms with posters, and so that we can encourage our students and help give them some kind of guide for those who are looking at maybe trying to get into a career and maybe not as much going into college. And just one more thing on that is that we find that a lot of those individuals who actually go through CRIROP, graduate with our diploma, and certified through CRIROP, they eventually, a high percentage eventually end up going to college. They find that that's the next step, which is also a good. And so just want to mention that. Also want to just give Israel some opportunity to share any more information.
Well, I think, Mr. Ibarra, you've shared most of it. Just to highlight here, the new child development classroom at Slover Mountain High is being outfitted with fresh paint and new furniture, so that's really cool. So that's gonna help those students out. Also, a lot of the CRIROP, as many of us here at Colton Joint Unified, we went out to the Student Wellness Conference, which was excellent. I mean, it, had been dark for a couple of years, and along with CRIROP and Colton Joint Unified, we were out there, and it was an amazing time. We did learn a lot, but I think Mr. Ibarra covered most of everything. There is a few handbooks, other handbooks that are being put out, substitute handbook, an adult campus and after-school high school student handbook is being put out also, and many great opportunities at CRIROP. And we did say goodbye to our HR person at CRIROP yesterday also, Laura Koger, if I'm correct.
Yes.
She did leave after 10 years. So she was her time to retire and her time to move on and be with the family. And so we did recognize her yesterday. Also, we did recognize Tom Wers, Mr. Wers over at Colton High School. Colton Police Department came out and gave him a plaque yesterday for his commitment, his passion to our students and to the Colton Police Department also. So congratulations to Mr. Wers. We love you. We thank you for all you do with our pathway out there at Colton High School. That's all I got.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. Superintendent's communique.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Board President. I'm going to be short since I only have a couple of slides here. So the first slide, if we can get there, appreciate that. All right, so just a friendly reminder, we're extremely excited about our CJUSD launch day that is approaching. So again, it's Saturday, July 30th. It's our first ever design plan summer launch. The event is going to include, like I said previously, employees from all schools, departments, representing all the different roles in our district. It's going to be a day of learning and a day of learning about the plan, the design plan that we've been working on for 18 months. So this is the first in recent memory, and we're pausing our activities. We're going to be doing this on a Saturday in order to begin the school year. So we didn't know the vision, we know the plan, and then all we have to do now is go and execute that. So we want all classified and certificated folks to join us a day of learning. We're going to close all offices and well, it's a Saturday, so all offices will be closed. And so it just illustrates again the importance of our design plan and our commitment to improving student achievement in this organization to better serve students in the community. Again, the three focus areas are professionalism, professional learning, and equity. And we are starting with professional learning. That's why you see a lot of capacity building. And that's why you saw HR really focus on that. We're excited on this endeavor and as we begin to implement the plan, and then look forward to updating the board on a quarterly basis and to see what those outcomes. And as they say, you reap what you sow. So we are working hard to make this happen for our district. So next slide, please. So along with that, I want to take this opportunity. Believe it or not, we're coming back. Staff is back. Administrators are back. Some of you did not leave, and some of you did not take vacation. So I'm going to talk to you about that. So a lot of you, have been working hard over the summer, but we're excited because the new year brings a new season of just hope. And yesterday we heard from our keynote speaker, not only hope, but also love. So we're hopeful as we are every year, and we love our students. That when we say CJUS cares, we do care. We love our students. We love our staff. So hope everyone had an enjoyable summer and got some well-deserved rest, was able to balance that out a little bit. So we're excited about 22-23. When I say that, 22-23, that brings me chills because I think wow, and so I'm visiting schools sites. Today I visited school sites as they're getting ready. There's a lot of passion. 2 custodians at Bernie this morning. Had a great opportunity to walk around with them, and they are working so hard. And I love the fact that they're telling their story because they're on social media, showing the work in the classrooms. I'll be doing that on a regular basis as I do. So it's really heartwarming and inspiring to see how much they want our schools to be ready. We're looking forward to a great school year. Like I said, we are hopeful that we're going to have a great year. It was a tough year last year, but that's the past. Now we got to look at the future. And as we visit sites, the first day of school's coming back. And I know that teachers come back July 29th. We'll be visiting with them. And a lot of positive things to come, a lot of hope, a lot of love. And with that, that is my communique this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Miranda. Board member comments. I would start with Board Member Thoring Ojeda.
First of all, sorry to hear that so many didn't go on vacation. That's what summer's for. You've got a big year ahead. I welcome everyone back who did go away. And those of you who are here, I get it. I understand you want to use that summer to get ready for the year, but you're so tired when you start. But I know we'll do a great job in Colton. Some wonderful things are happening here. I look forward to visiting schools in the next week or so to see all the wonderful things that we have planned for the upcoming school year. And on a personal note, I want to tell you that I get to go back to kindergarten this year. I taught kindergarten for a number of years, and I have a great granddaughter who will be starting kindergarten in Colton in a couple of weeks, and I am so excited. So I plan to go to kindergarten. I used to, when I was having a bad day at my school, I would either go to my autistic class, which actually was a wonderful place to visit. I love those kids. Or kindergarten, so I could sit on the floor. I couldn't do that anymore, but and visit and read to kids, and I'm really looking forward to that. So, welcome back, everyone. I pray that you all will have a wonderful opening, seamless opening, and lots of happy little kids when you get there. Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Ibarra.
Well, the other day, somebody asked me, where did the summer go? I don't know. But we're back, we're ready to go. And I'm looking forward to this new school year. And I think that we're going to be primed and ready to move forward and get some wonderful things accomplished this year. I truly believe we have some very good people in place right now in some of our new hires as far as administration, and that Mr. Hovey being one of them, he's going to be excellent in where he's at. I just have that feeling. So, with all that being said and done, I know that there's sometimes can be some difficult times here at the board meeting. And one of the things that always helps me push through is I think about what the issue is, how we work through the issue, how we made the decision that we make. And if I'm comfortable with that decision and I feel we did the right thing for students, I could deal with all the screaming, all the yelling, all the postering. And because as you listen to these individuals, you definitely will understand that they do not know what they're talking about. And I don't have a problem saying that. So it's unfortunate that we don't talk during public comment, because I would not hesitate to let them know that too. So, but I just want to thank Bertha for how she handled it. I think you did a good job. And the board. One of those things, sticks and stones. Don't let anything they said about you bother you. And we're going to move forward. We're going to stay strong. And I think that we've made a very good decision is for our students in our district. Thank you.
Board Member Flores.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be brief. I know we're under a little bit of a time crunch. Everybody enjoy the last couple of weeks that are left of summer because the school's right around the corner. And I want to thank everybody for the work that's been done, obviously, over the summer, getting ready for the school year, which is right around the corner. And I'll echo a little bit what Mr. Ibarra said. I actually appreciate the fact that we have folks show up and participate in the democratic process. 30% of the electorate in America thinks the presidential election was stolen. Half the population thinks January 6th was an insurrection and an attempt to overthrow the government. The other half thinks it was a peaceful protest of patriots. God bless America, right? When you can come freely and speak your mind and have your opinion. Unfortunately, I think getting loose with the facts is problematic, and we heard a lot of that tonight. I'm hoping we can address that when I believe staff and others are going to be at the Bloomington MAC meeting next month to really get to the heart of it. Because unfortunately, with the lack of reporting in this area, the articles don't do justice to tell the whole story. There's a lot of information. It's complicated. It is what it is, but at the same time, if people, if they had the right information, I think they'd understand better what was going on. So that's for a later time. The tactics, of course, listen, if you don't have the facts and you don't have a good reason or argument, you tend to devolve into yelling and baseless accusations. That's disappointing too, but we're going to go out and share the information with the community, including the Zimmerman community and beyond. So I look forward to that. I will make one point though, because this one did bother me enough that I have to make this point. The statement that we don't have educators on this board. We have three incredibly experienced educators. I'm looking at them right now that are on this board that collectively probably have something like close to 100 years of education experience.
Thanks a lot.
Not to date you, but that is something that's important. As a non-educator, although I'd like to say I'm a little educated, I rely heavily on your experience, your insight from the classroom to the administration to being a principal, which there is nothing more difficult in this district, maybe superintendent, but being a principal, you see, learn, and do it all. So we have educators on this board. We have people that have spent their entire life and career supporting students, whether they're little ones or adults. We do it all, and I just want you guys to know I appreciate that you're on this board and give us that perspective. So that's it.
Board Member Fuentes.
Real quick, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your passion and your commitment to our school. And I'm going to piggyback on what Dan and Mr. Ibarra said. And I want to add to Dan talking about the experienced educators that we have, but we also have experience in public relations, law enforcement. We have a variety of things on our board here. And that makes a board that we can confide in. I don't care what anybody says. We're here for the kids. We're here for the students. And, it hurts my heart to hear people when they do what they do. But, when I first came in as a board member, I was here for the kids. Students first. And what anybody says, I remember someone telling me, Mr. Fuentes, you have to have thick skin. Well, thick skin was pulled out today. And I will always fight for our students, what's right for our students, and commit to them. And no one will ever make me change what I do for our kids. And I'm pretty sure that our board is there for that. That's all I have today. Have a great evening, and we'll see you at the next one.
Board Member Sandoval.
I just want to say thank you, everyone, and welcome 2022 and 2023 school year. We are ready for it, and I'm happy to be back again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And for myself, personally, I take great pride in two things. I take great pride in making informed decisions with the bottom line being the best for students. The second thing I take great pride in is listening to our community, listening to our parents. I spent years and years working with parents day in and day out, and I take great pride in that. And I have to make that very clear that, and I understand that the board is also in agreement with that. The parents' voice is crucial. It's very, very important. What we have done is we have set the stage for how we're going to be moving our district forward. And from this point on, believe me, it is in the plan to have our community and parents involved. I would like to just say that our first meeting is scheduled for August 1st, 2022 at Zimmerman Elementary School at 4 p.m., where we are inviting the parents of Zimmerman, the community of Zimmerman, so that they can hear facts, so they can hear it from us, so that they understand, and then they can give us input and feedback on how we're moving forward. Again, the date is August 1st, 2022 at 4 p.m. at Zimmerman Elementary School. We know there's many questions. There's a lot of questions, and change is difficult. There's questions, there's concerns. So we're ready, as a board, we're ready to answer the questions and concerns. With that, before we go into closed session, the board would like to observe a moment of silence in honor of Mr. Ed Greger. Mr. Greger was a beloved longtime CJUSD educator and community member. He graduated from Bloomington High School in 1966 and returned to the school as a teacher. He retired as Bloomington High School's activities director after 37 years serving our students with care and dedication. As a resident of Grand Terrace, he continued to have an active interest in the community and advocated for students for the rest of his years. He will be missed. The board will now adjourn into closed session to discuss the items listed on the closed session agenda. Thank you. Okay, we are back from closed session, and we will continue with action items. Okay, we are in 11.1, Student Discipline Reinstatement 2022-23. There was one student readmission presented in closed session. In accordance with California Ed Code 48916, an expulsion order shall remain in effect until the governing board, in a manner described in this article, orders the readmission of a pupil. The one student has been expelled from the Colton Joint Unified School District for a violation of California Education Code 48900 or 48915. The student met with an administrator in the Department of Student Services Department, and upon review has completed the plan of rehabilitation as directed by the board and is eligible for readmission. Is there a motion to approve the readmission of the student as presented? Okay, and a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Bara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nays? Okay. On motion of Board Member Flores and Board Member Ibarra, and carried on a 6-0 vote, the board approved the readmission of the one student who has met their plan of rehabilitation, student number 1059027. Item 11.2, Personnel Public Employee. On a motion by Board Member Flores and second by Board Member Fuentes, the board approved the following. Personnel Public Employee, certificated regular staff 6, school nurse PPS, PE teacher ed services K6 3, curriculum program specialist PPS, instrumental music teacher ed services K6. We have classified coaches, a total of 6, head varsity basketball, girls, cross-country assistant co-ed, head junior varsity basketball boys, head varsity cross-country co-ed, head junior varsity soccer girls, head varsity tennis girls. We have 2 volunteer coaches for cheer co-ed and wrestling co-ed. We also have 18 volunteers. 11.3. In closed session on a motion of Board Member Thoring Ojeda, second by Board Member Ibarra, and on a 6-0 vote, the board appointed the following. Azucena Paez Herrera, Principal of Elementary School, Jurupa Vista. Tabrisha Lang, Principal, Elementary School, McKinley. Brittany Jones, Assistant Principal, Elementary School, DRC. Sean Duarte, Assistant Principal, Elementary School, Grand Terrace Elementary. Celine Workman, Assistant Principal, Elementary School, Grimes. David Brutus, Assistant Principal, Elementary School, Lincoln. And Brianna Hawkins, Assistant Principal, Middle School, Joe Baca. Those were the appointments for tonight. We are adjourning in memory of Mr. Ed Greger. We are adjourned.